like to call the Public Schools of Robertson County's meeting to order now. Apologize for starting a little late for those of us that's viewing by way of the web. We did have a construction committee meeting. Had to take care of quite a amount of business there, so we apologize for starting a few minutes late. As a reminder, I've just been asked to do this because we did it last time. If you're administration or if you're presenting tonight or, with the central office, the meetings are still virtual. So that's just a reminder from that standpoint that I've been asked to remind everybody of that. At this time, we'd ask Mr. Henry Brewer to give us our invocation.
Go to the Lord in prayer. Our dear gracious Heavenly Father, we come at this time, dear Lord, we just ask you to continue to extend the hand of protection over our school system, over our staff, all of our employees, our cabinet members. We just ask that you give us the guidance that we need to make decisions that we know that will affect everyone's lives in Robertson County. We just thank you for the mercy that you have given us. We thank you for all the assistance that have come our way. We thank you for all the handshakes, and we know more is to come because we have faith in you. And we just thank you for your son, that he died on the cross, that we all could have eternal life. In your heavenly name we pray, amen.
Amen. Amen.
Mr. Craig,
Yes, sir.
I want to say, the Raymond Cummins family,
Yeah.
if you would,
Well,
everybody to remember him, his family, our condolences, and
thank you, Mr. Randy. And I was going to mention that, just like to express my personal condolences, and I would say the condolences from the Board of Education to the family of Mr. Raymond Cummins, who we know we lost last week. And if we could, let's just bow our heads for just a moment of silence. Thank you. We need to adopt the agenda, and first off, do we have any changes or additions or takeaways from the agenda?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to amend the agenda to add Mr. Harvey Godwin. I think he has some great opportunities for our school system. Could probably be viewed by our parents and our children as a Santa Claus.
Okay, so
He has some valuable information. If we could put him early in the agenda, I think he can share with us what he's got, and he's got another a meeting to go to.
we'll put him right under information items above surplus at the very beginning, and I'll just put Mr. Harvey's name down, and I'll just put tutoring. Do I have a motion to accept that? Mr. Henry, you want to make that as a motion?
I make a motion to accept his,
second.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Anything else on the agenda? Dr. Wooten?
and if we could, bring the return to work update back at a later time.
So we're going to take that off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have a motion to take that item off the agenda?
I make such a motion.
Second. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that item will be removed. Okay, now could we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved, Chairman.
Okay,
Second.
second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the agenda's been adopted. Okay, can we have approval of the minutes from open session from last meeting?
I make a motion that we approve the meeting from last meeting.
Motion? Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. And I know, I think Mr. Randy was going around collecting the closed session minutes, so just make sure you get those to him before you do leave tonight. Okay, before we get started, I would like to read these items here, and this is mainly for those folks that are listening to us. And it's just some general information. We might read it again at the very end of the meeting. But the question is, how would a district deal with children who have no internet or learning device? And among other things, here's just a couple of items I'd like to mention. Curriculum packets will be provided for students with no internet access. Right now, we have enough learning devices for one-to-one, and we actually got more computers coming in so that where there is access, all students should be able to receive a learning device if they need it. We have 39 mobile hotspots that will be deployed throughout the school system, and that provides at least one mobile hotspot per school, and then they might be moved around from the schools. But each school will have at least, which will be a bus that will provide internet access for our students. We're building a capacity to train parents and family members. There are some websites you can go on that you can find training for parents, grandparents, or whoever would be helping our children at home. We're developing community partnerships between churches, restaurants, nonprofit organizations, and businesses. And to anyone out there that's listening, if there's any way you can help us with a church or facility that we could provide internet service or anything that would do to help the children during this time, please contact the central office, and we'll get you to the right people as far as what needs to be done. And we're also looking, as I said there, for additional partnerships and other folks that can help us. And parents and guardians, please make sure you contact schools. People are there this week. And let me emphasize one I seen this week on the computer. Make sure parents, guardians, grandparents, whoever is in charge of our students, that the school has your right phone number. They are making phone calls. There's robocalls that go out to give various information. If you've got a number that's been changed, there's no way they're getting in touch with you. So please make sure they have your right phone number so they can make this contact just as much as they possibly can. And when you move, make sure you update addresses and, again, phone numbers also. Thank you. Mr. Harvey, at this time, we would ask you to please come forward.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I've never seen Jenny Hargrove School. I've never been here before. This school is magnificent. Somebody did a really good job on this. I'd like to say hello to all the new board members and looking forward to the good work you're going to do in the years to come. Board Chairman Craig Lowry, Superintendent Dr. Wooten, and I would like to thank Board Member Henry Brewer for inviting me here tonight. And I'd also like to say that we had a meeting yesterday, a virtual meeting with Dr. Jennifer Freeman and some of her people. And we were talking about the grant program for the public schools, Title VI, and Indian Ed. And Dr. Wood knows this, last year we started some work together. There's a lot of things we can do going forward. And I think this pandemic has offered us new opportunities to do things in a different way and even in a better way. And I think virtual education is something an opportunity that we can seize together and have a big impact, not just on our students, but the students that are learning in their own homes, their family members. There may be family members that don't use computers that much because the children are at school, and it gives a family environment of learning through the public schools in Robertson County. And about five different topics I'd like to just briefly run over. It would take too long to get into detail tonight, but I just wanted to offer it out. At the Lumbee Tribe, we stand ready to support the public schools in Robertson County. I'm in the going into the 6th year term, and this has been a dream of mine and people, the staff that I work with every day, and the people that we represent to do what we can together to enhance the public schools of Robertson County so that it touches each and every child in this district. One of the things, Chairman, you just mentioned, hotspots. So the Lumbee Tribe got CARES Act money through our housing funds. And one of the things we did, we wrote an Indian housing plan back to HUD, they approved it, and we've been exercising that. Long story short, we've done 3,000 tests already, 3,000 COVID-19 tests across this whole area, 4-county area. And with that, we give out school supplies, art supplies, food, and PPE. And this system is very dynamic and has touched a lot of lives. And what we're offering is, we have our Boys and Girls Club vans that are wrapped, you've seen them. And we have 3 hotspots that we've already bought through Verizon And we stand to partner with your bus system and support you wherever you need to be. You might go into a big community, let's just say Saddle Tree. It's a large, spread out community. You can have a bus at one place, but we can have our van at the other and make it convenient for people to drive to. This is one of the other things, it's gonna be a transportation strain on people to try to get their kids out to these hot spots, but we can help support you in that way. We have 5 rec vans, and we will buy 2 more hot spots and have 5 of them instead of 3, if that's what you need us to do to help support you. And then those vans, what we'll do is the same thing we're doing now. We'll have supplies, we'll have PPE, we'll have these other things. And we're working on trying to implement a backpack program. As you know, on the weekends, feeding the children Monday through Friday is an issue, but also they're gonna have that weekend support of a lot of kids. So we're trying to work to get that type of supplies in a care package on that van. We have a student housing voucher program at the tribe, and Dr. Wood, when we started this last year, and it was turning out to be a great thing, it's a literacy program where we have 50 American Indian students to go to UNCP or any other 3 university in our tribal area, which is Hope, Scotland, Robinson, Cumberland. And they had started going out to the schools and reading to children. 3rd, 4th grade that might have problems, trouble reading, they were tutoring them right there at the school, and it was turning into a great thing. College students and young people, they know how to use this better than anybody in this room. So this virtual learning is critical, and we feel like the college students that are in this Indian housing program, they do this to give back because they got housing taken care of, they give back to the community. So they can virtual tutor our children in the school system. All we have to do is identify who the students are, and they can tutor them one-on-one virtually on reading or math, but I think the focus has been on reading. So we're offering that again and enhancing that program. We can share information, we can support you. When you start putting these tablets out, there might be a big learning curve for some of the guardians or the parents. So anything you need us to partner with you on, our social media program at the tribe is very strong, has over 20,000 viewers from time to time, from day to day, depending on what the story is. But we'll publish anything you want us to help publish to supplement what you're putting out there and to help educate people in any way you need us to do that. So use us as a public relations resource. Title VI, Indian Ed, Dr. Freeman, thank you for yesterday. That was an extensive meeting and a lot of good things came out of that meeting. But the Lumbee tribe has partnered with the Lost Colony in Manio. They reached out to us and they want to tweak their story. They know it's socially incorrect, it's racially incorrect when it comes to Native Americans, and they've asked us to find resources, human being resources, to help them rewrite the script and get it more accurate. But this opens up a whole opportunity for the whole school system of Robinson County, where we could maybe find some grants and use our children to have a teaching tool in dramatic arts. We focus on STEM and all this, but we cannot lose focus on the dramatic arts and the visual arts. And this gives us an opportunity to partner with the Lost Colony, with Strike the Wind, with the university, with the public schools, and some historians to help rewrite the script, where we can have kids going back and forth on field trips during the year, and where they'll come down and actually teach our kids about the Lost Colony, about history, about the dramatic arts itself, and not just as far as actors, but technical positions. How does lights work on the stage? How do you put a script together? And that also enhances literature. And I want to go back into the classroom and learn English and learn history and learn literature. So this is a phenomenal opportunity that we're offering to partner with the public schools on, and it requires more conversation. I'll be meeting again with them tomorrow, day after tomorrow, but also 3 weeks from now. But the main thing I'm trying to say here is with these things, there's more things we can do. This would be a big start, but use the tribe as a partner to support not just American Indian students. We're touching all lives. When we go out and test, we're testing everybody. What is good for the tribe is good for everybody. And we want to partner with the public schools and help you make the school system stronger, but also touch the lives of not just the children, but the families of those children that you're going to be virtually teaching in the coming months. Thank you again, and Dr. Chairman Craig Lowry, I wanted to mention, the old schoolhouse up at the, old Board of Education. There's been some interest in to try and taking a look at that, about moving it and restoring it. But I'm not ready to talk about that tonight, but I will be maybe at the next meeting if you'll, extend me that opportunity.
Yes, sir. Mr. Ennis?
Mr. Harvey, we have a concern of, and one of our questions, and you hit on it, the internet services. How many tribal community centers do you have that you could provide internet services and facilities for kids to come to?
In the parking lot?
Yes.
7?
7? And also, I see where our food program could enhance what you're doing, because by you uniting kids in each district, I should say, or township, that will make it easy for us to get meals to those kids. And I understand you may have some buses that could work with us in that manner also.
On that piece, what I would go back and, since we're using, federal funding and housing funds, we have to be compliant on how we use those dollars. But I'll certainly go back and see, I know where you're going with this, we want to help you distribute the hot foods during the week, right?
Yes.
I'll go back and ask the question, and I'll get you an answer by tomorrow.
And I understand there's some guidelines around that too.
Right.
Because we have a certain time, by the time the meal's prepared, it can't last but so long, it's gotta be served or trashed.
Right.
But we do have, different agencies that's, reaching out and picking up meals and delivering them to communities.
It's going to take partnerships. Our area is so broad. Robeson County is the largest landmass county in the state, the largest county in the state, and it's going to take collaborations to be able to do that. And where you're headed with this, and where I think we can collaborate, is that we've been through hurricanes, we've been going through a pandemic, maybe going through another hurricane. There's nobody coming here to save us. We're going to have to save ourselves, and we're going to have to work together to make this the best that it can be, and we can do it. And it's going to take collaboration, what you're talking about. But I'll get an answer for your question by tomorrow.
And if we had kids to show up that needed a computer, you could help with that
Help.
as far as providing a source. Right now, the public schools, we are ordering and buying computers. But in due time, we'll have every child a computer. But in meantime, is that assistance that you could provide to them?
By buying computers and putting them in the child's hand?
Yes, for that particular drive and usage.
Right.
And maybe if your guidelines is to collect that computer at the end of the day or whatever.
I'll check into that and see. What's the time frame from when you start school to when you think every child will have a laptop?
School hours?
Somebody, Dr. Robert or Ms. Karen, could someone answer that? I know you've ordered computers. When would we have in what we would need for one-to-one for every child?
Supposed to be August the 19th.
August 19th? Oh, that's pretty close. Okay. Because high school,
We might be good.
they were right there at that point now, or had theirs, and it might be just a few that needed to be replaced in other grade levels. So
What
August
we might
19th,
do is help distribute, find a way to help distribute maybe once you get them. Because that'd be a time of the essence to get them in people's hands, right?
Yeah. And I would like to say, as a board member, I would like to extend the opportunity to every child that shows up,
Yes, sir.
regardless of race, color, religion, or whatever.
Understand.
any other questions?
I
Dr.
don't,
Emmanuel?
I have a comment, and maybe Miss Jennifer could answer that. How closely are we, our Indian education program, working with Mr. Harvey and his endeavors? Are we really close with Dr. Connie? I mean, maybe he could answer, you can answer. It wouldn't be profitable to have two avenues going down the road and they could join together. Do they work closely together?
Hi, Annie.
Yes.
Robert, could you?
Yes, Dr. May, we're working very closely. We've done a lot of projects with Chairman of Project Receive, Access, We just recently got that grant over $3 million. So we have done a lot of projects and working with.
Well, she has a staff, and some of the things that Mr. Harvey's saying and some of the things that her staff do, it seems to me like they could marry, and they're both federal grants and are quite familiar with the guidelines. I'm trying to say, together, with the synergy, that could be stronger efforts. I just don't know how close the working collaboration is. I just don't know.
There's opportunity there, but one of the starting points, I think, would be, I think she has a parent committee that has 30-some parents on it. Or any committee that she has, if we could get one of our tribal representatives from the tribal administration in those meetings,
Yes,
and we could be closer together and know the information. Right now, we're not operating at that level, where we're sitting at the same table when they're discussing what their next moves are, what they're doing. Culturally or educationally, we can help. If we're a player, and we're sitting in the room with her when she has those meetings, it would be beneficial, I think.
well, that's a need. I see that as a definite need.
And from yesterday's meeting, I understand we had some gaps. And another recommendation would be for the chairman Chairman Gobbin to appoint someone to closely work with Jennifer on that federal funds piece, so that there won't be any missing links of information. So all parties will know what to expect or what to sign off, because we're signing off on like a partnership program, I understand. Is that correct?
Yes, what we had yesterday is the annual tribal consultation meeting with the tribal group. And what we covered yesterday is the federal programs aspect of it. And what Mr. Brewer is bringing out as well as yesterday, there were questions about the IEA and the collaboration between IEA, federal programs, and the tribe. And so as an outgrowth of that, there became some questions. And so we worked through that, and we have also looked at adding some additional folks to the district improvement team here at the district and having that representation as well.
And it has enhanced the relationship a little bit more than what it used to be, because Indian is required to report out to the tribe. So we have every county in our territory, all 4 school systems report back to the tribe. They bring their plan in and their budgets, and we go over that every single year. The other thing that has happened is if a student participate in Indian Ed now in the public schools of Robeson County or any school system, you have to be an enrolled member of a tribe. So that automatically links Indian Ed to our enrollment office at the Turtle. So we get this all the time, and now that we're shut down, but if a parent wants to want their child to be in Indian Ed and they're not enrolled, then they have to come to us to get enrolled to get into the program. And the federal government has changed that, I think, maybe a couple of years ago, and they watch those numbers and, they audit those numbers. So that almost forced us to be greater partners than what we may have been in the past. And Dr. Connie does a great job. She knows the business, she knows how it works, but there is room for more collaboration. Yes, ma'am, to answer your question.
Any other comments? Mr. Harvey, we thank you, and between Ms. Jennifer and Ms. Karen Brooks Floyd, who handles community partnerships, if y'all keep the communication going, and we look forward to working together and continuing to.
And Dr. Locke.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Locklear.
Dr.
You're right.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
That's Dr. Locke.
Thank you. Okay, next we have surplus, Ms. Karen Brooks Floyd and Ms. Hugh McElwain. Mr. Hugh McElwain? Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, board members. I believe y'all have with you the items that have been designated for surplus. Anybody have any questions about those items?
I want to ask one question. As a new member, if we have a school that's in need of an item that might be on here, is that already being reviewed with the schools before it comes to this point?
Yes, a lot of the principals or schools do contact, do we have anything, let's say, some student desks? They need extra for their kindergarten or first grade classroom that they don't have instead of order.
Okay.
We have them down there, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and typically when we surplus something, that's pretty much it. We do try to get the goodie out of everything. I will make a note that on this list, the first page was just items in general. And the last time we actually had a sale was 6 years ago, so over time it kind of stacks up on, just like it does every first time. But also on the second sheet, I have items flooded from Matthew. Those are items that are still down at the old central office. This was part of the FEMA claim. FEMA has released it, so we can get rid of those items. And then I have listed one vehicle that was flooded from Hurricane Florence. The only suggestion I have for that one, it does need to be surplus. The only reason we still have it was not part of an insurance claim. There were some title issues. I have been dealing with the Office of License and Theft Bureau, and they have done all they can, but there's no way to rectify this at this time because they can't track down the other title worker. So the best thing to do with this vehicle is scrap it, that way that we don't have no title issues. Plus it was under about 3 foot of water after Florence, so. That's my only recommendation. The rest of them, I think, should be at auction. You do have a copy of a contract from Meekin's auction. Not to say that you have to go with that, but that is an option at this time.
Does Mr. Meekins come to us, or these items have to be moved to his auctioneer ground?
Typically in the past, we would have the auctioneer come to our site, but this time around, they would need to be moved to his site.
Will he be doing that, or we have to do that?
We will have to do that.
And we have everything we need to move these items?
Everything but the 2 backhoes that are at the old central office. They were flooded twice under 7 foot of water. They do not run, or else we would get rid of them. We don't have the means to move that type of heavy equipment as it sits. Now, he does, but there will be a fee for that, and I do not know what that fee is. I've been throwing out $300, $500. I think we should, if we sell them, show photos of them, and just, we'll let whoever the buyer is come to our facility, pick them up, and that way it'd be done at that time instead of us putting any more money into it.
Does this need to be moved to
Yeah, I was going
the
to,
action?
Mr. Hughes, does this need to be the action items tonight so we can act on this?
Well, if you go with Mr. Meekins' proposal here, his next sale is, on the paper it says September 14th, his website says September 30th, so, but it will be next month. One day to be the before, but he needs all items by September 1st regardless. So choose to go this way.
So with that information, for our next meeting, yes, we would need to move it tonight to act on it if this is the way we're going to go. So what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion to move the surplus list to action item.
Second.
Have a second? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's been moved to action item. Have a next motion?
I make a motion that we, agree to the surplus auction and, also, along with the agreement that we give a time range on removing the items from the property if we're not gonna move them to the auctioneer's ground.
Those would be the only 2 items, those 2 back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't let them sit there.
Right, give them a 30-day window or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
And approve auctioneer.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Hunt, does this satisfy? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go ahead and have the auction. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Yes, sir.
May I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
And this is reference to Golden Leaf. I just want to tell you that today in the mail, we received the final payment from Golden Leaf from the 2 grants that we were awarded after Hurricane Matthew. So that process is complete. We'd like to thank Golden Leaf and Ms. Casey Ginsburg for all their support, help in completing that. Our total is $4.8 million that we received from them for vehicles, construction, and to get us back on our feet.
What, was that the amount today or that was the total?
No, that's how much we have spent.
Total. I was fixing to get excited now, Mr. That's the reason I was asking for clarification.
Since the beginning.
Since the beginning, okay. Mr. Randy?
Mr. Hughes, would that include the, food service freezers?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir. Everything down at 74 warehouse.
yes.
The paving, everything, and some other.
Some of
Bus garage.
the new board members may not know this, so,
Yeah, give us a little background on that, if you could, real quick.
Hello, Mike.
yeah.
Little,
Just a little, just a little.
short version.
Short version.
1 minute version.
They replaced several activity buses, maintenance vehicles, drive red car, shining stars, minibuses for us. The new backhoe, a couple of the new tractors we have, several equipment along those lines. The new freezer cooler down to 74 warehouse. Of the 1.1 million, they covered 750,000 of that. The paving at 74, the new roof, the interior, the new child nutrition admin building that is out there. At the bus garage, they did a lot of what FEMA would not cover, as far as the interior rebuild in there, as well as our servers for our computers down there.
Okay, and folks, if you haven't been to the 74 warehouse or to the bus garage, you need to just take some time and go down and just look around. Because those places, they're a big improvement from what they were, especially after the storms and all. But please go by and take a look.
That's all. Thanks to Mr. Ernie Hammonds.
Thank you, Mr. Ernie.
Thank you, Mr. Ernie, Mr. Hugh,
Thank you,
Miss Erica.
all of you. Okay, next on the agenda, Title I Plan, Ms. Jennifer Freeman.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Wooten, board members. Tonight, we're going to share with you a very brief overview of Title I Part A, as well as Title I Part C. You know, the purpose of federal programming is to supplement state and local funds. There is a continuous improvement process that the district has to go through each year annually. We complete a comprehensive needs assessment, which actually shares with us what our needs are. We look at various forms of data points. Always we look at the academic data points, but we also consider perceptive data, such as survey data, different types of data sources to make that analysis. Once that analysis is completed, we use those needs to determine what will improve not only our Native American population, but our African American population, all of our subgroups within our district are Hispanic, and I will not list them all, but do not want to leave out any subgroup that we work with. Once those needs have been identified, then we support and work closely with curriculum and instruction. And what we do is we partner with them to enhance and supplement the core. So currently what we are doing with Title I Part A is a continuation of last year. Last year, you know that we did leave early on in March, so therefore we did have extra money. We had carryover. I won't say extra because that could be a misconception, but we did have carryover funding. But our needs last year when we left are the same needs that we have this academic year. So what you'll notice is what we're covering in Title I Part A, our district-wide initiatives are to complement the work that Dr. Locklear's department is doing. And so we're actually working with iReady. iReady is a comprehensive reading and math online program for K-8. We are also noticing in our data, as we see across the state, but what we've noticed is we have a phonemic awareness issue, meaning our children letter sound word recognition leading to better reading and better reading fluency. So we've coupled with Dr. Locklear's department as well, and we're supporting Letterland, which is a phonemic awareness and phonics program for K-2. We also have to continuously provide comprehensive support with our schools that are not performing well. Those are our schools that have the letter grade, unfortunately, of an F, and those schools that are also targeted support schools. So we're working with that process. We also continue to fund Title I Pre-K that has been going on for many, many years. We work with our multi-tier system of support, which is MTSS. That is very important for us as a district, but this year is going to be even more important because we know what has happened when we close schools in March. We have opportunity and learning gaps that are occurring. So we will also be working very closely with our homeless parent liaisons because we know that those students have many layers of needs. Oftentimes I describe it as an onion. You peel back one layer, you find one area of need, you continue to peel that onion and you find more and more layers of needs. So depending upon where the student is and what subgroup, the needs are continuously growing. So we also have effective transitions with Robinson Community College with dual enrollment and PSRC Early College. That is Title I, Part A. Title I, Part C is our migrant education program. And in our migrant education, those of you, the terms get very confusing sometimes between migrant, English language learner, and immigrant. But a migrant student is a student who has moved in the past 3 years, and parents or the students who work in U.S. agriculture. That's the definition for migrant. How we're currently using that funding with migrant education is we have Ms. Cyrilda Goodwin, who is our migrant ed recruiter, and we also do tutorial throughout the year, and we also have a summer camp. And I think Ms. Erica will share and entertain questions with the budget. There have been many questions from our principals, from board members on what happened with that carryover funding. So we've been working the past few days, the past few weeks, to look at that funding and where we're going with that funding and how can we return that funding back to those children who are the most needy. And all of our students are needy, so how is it we make that work for our schools? So we have, Erica will share with you what we've been able to come up with in terms of the budget.
So I think this is the next agenda item we're
Yes.
transitioning to, where we're going to discuss the, and I'll start with the Title I, Part A, which I always refer to everything as a number, you all will hear me say, so that's PRC 50, when I think of Title I, Part A. So totally there was $5,886,694.85 in carryover. We applied nearly all of that carryover to the school's per pupil amount. And so I want to tell you, for the 1920 school year, the per pupil allocation for our schools was $386.03 per low-income child. So that, when I say that, every school doesn't get allocated at 100% of their enrollment. Each school is ranked in Title I based on data we receive directly from DSS that funnels through the Child Nutrition Program and families that receive direct services from DSS. So that assigns a percentage that Ms. Freeman mentioned before, the 1.6 modifier, and that lets us know anywhere from 100 to, they have to at least have 40% of low income, and all our schools meet that criteria once we add the modifier. So the range in that is some schools are 100% poverty, down to, I believe, a little over 55% poverty, and that's, I can remember the top and the bottom. The most poverty is Rosenwald, least is early college. And so they're all ranked in that order, but they all will receive, last year received $386.03. For 2021, they will receive $725.86. So you can see the difference there is that influx of the carryover from the last school year. And we're working on building all of those budgets now. We'll send out a budget template for each principal, and their school improvement team will work on and get back to us before we submit that in its totality. Now, all the other federal funds, except for CTE, had levels of carryover as well. Did you want me to go through all the federal programs, or was Title I more of the issue we're hearing? The other federal funds are not directly allocated to schools, with the exception of 105. Townsend and Lumberton Junior receive 105. The others are kind of district level support, either through migrants, as I indicated, CTE, homeless, English language at 104. We have a grant through Child Nutrition for equipment. Ms. Charlene has secured that grant in each of the last 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, to allow Child Nutrition to get additional equipment, whether that's freezer coolers, ovens. There's a list, and we've got $4,934, and that's already been purchased and put in place with that grant. Yes, sir.
Ms. Erica, let me, just to clarify, that's was it $721 per child with Title I?
$725.86.
Okay. The $725, just for a little clarification, that's going to be per child at every school.
That's going to be per child based on poverty rates.
Right.
Just like with early college is only going to get that allocated for 55% of their students, because that's how they rank in that assessment.
And that,
Rosenwald would get 100% of whatever their student count is.
and I was asking that to say, that's the reason, folks, that we see where different schools have different amounts of money.
Correct.
Because of those calculations, that even though that dollar figure's the same, it's gonna be different amounts.
Correct, because of different ADM either way. And then there are 7 or 8 schools that don't receive 100% of their student population because they don't fall at 100% poverty.
Ma'am, thank you. Mr. Henry?
In relation to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, when it comes to the child nutrition piece of it, and we feed every child, can you give us some, not in detail, but just some broad-based concept on, we chose as a board to feed every child, even though every child didn't qualify for a free meal, and why we did that?
So the community eligibility provision or program, it was a program that came into place about 6 years ago, maybe. And for a long time, Public Schools of Robinson County ran a deficit with child nutrition. So at the end of each year, there were schools, and Mr. Craig can probably attest to that, being a former principal, and others can. So at the end of the year, if a child was either paying for lunch or received reduced pricing and they owed the cafeteria, the district had to make up that cost. So in any of those years, we were paying back to child nutrition, local was paying child nutrition anywhere from $90,000 to $125,000 because we had students that did not qualify for free lunch and they weren't paying. And we never wanted to institute a policy where a child couldn't eat. So they continued to accrue charges. So CEP is what we refer to community eligibility. Gave us the opportunity, if our children fell within 40% poverty, which what we just mentioned, all of our schools do. I think early college has to go through a universal free, but they also get free. It gave us an opportunity to eliminate those charges and make it where every child could eat without having to worry each year about parents owing the district or there being charges that local would have to compensate for. And it also made child nutrition profitable. Child nutrition is an enterprise program, so they're run more like a business. They have to bring in enough revenue to support their expenses. And there were times when I first started 20 years ago that we were running in a deficit and we really had struggled financially with child nutrition. And CEP helped turn all of that around. There was a time where we couldn't charge indirect costs to child nutrition because they weren't making a profit. And local had to help give that support. But since we started with CEP, that is certainly been helpful to the district, and we no longer face any of those previous problems we had.
And
Mr.
The
Gentry?
CEP, the fact that every child eats free and reduced lunch does not automatically qualify them for poverty, though. That's where we talk about the children getting direct certification from DSS. That's the other layer that comes in for Title I. So only children that get direct services from DSS, whether it be TANF, I don't know all the acronyms, but they have to be shown as receiving those direct service in order to qualify for the poverty percentage.
Mr. Gentry?
What other ways is this money spent, the per pupil expenditures, the 700 plus, other than child nutrition, what other ways?
So none of this money's for child nutrition. This 72586 is the Title I application, and it used to help support curriculum and instruction. So it helps supplement all those areas.
let me share with you, the schools will have to go through the same process the district goes through. That is, they'll have to complete a comprehensive needs assessment. Once they complete that comprehensive needs assessment, they'll look at their data. They go through the same process we do of the improvement cycle. Once that occurs, then they come together, they look at their budget. So it's very vital, and we have meetings scheduled. We haven't contacted our principals just yet. The opportunity to open up schools, because we have high priorities on opening up and getting that remote learning plan and all the other pieces in place. But we will meet with the principals. They'll work with their comprehensive needs assessment. They'll develop their budget, and they'll develop their school improvement plan. They have to follow the same process, and it's a very tedious process, but it is one that is highly guarded. So that school improvement plan must show the needs in that plan and the strategies that improve the school. And to meet those academic gaps for those students.
That's great.
Randy?
Is there any action that needs to be taking place? Is this just update?
This was just an update, I believe. I don't know if, some of you may have been hearing from the principals with concerns about what was happening with the carryover in that particular budget, and we just wanted to address that.
Okay.
That it is being reallocated out to the schools.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is a policy committee report, and Mr. Gentry will bring that. And Mr. Gentry, Mr. Grady, we did give that information to him from the policy committee meeting last week, and I'll let him make any comments if you'd like to, and then you bring your report there.
So part of, in fact, it may be all the policies Mr. Gentry is going to be bringing are related to Title IX. And this is not something that we're just doing. This is something every district in the state's doing, because the Title IX regulations have changed. And that caused some revisions to the policy, but actually 3 new policies just related to Title IX. So that's the reason for the changes, and they're time sensitive. So these are things that the board will need to vote on tonight. Of course, the revisions only take tonight's reading, but the new policies will take tonight as a first reading and the final approval at our September meeting.
Mr. Gentry?
At the last board meeting, which was last Thursday night, each board member and I think probably all staff members already had a copy of the proposed policies that are scheduled for updating, and the new policies and the policies that are proposed to be removed. And Mr. Grady, if I understood that our first consideration is tonight, but the actual voting will be the following board meeting. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
We can actually have a first reading, a first vote tonight and a final vote in September on the new policies. But the updated policies, because they're revisions and not new policies, board can finalize that tonight. But you're gonna need to, all the board members are gonna have to agree to move it to action in order to do that.
Okay. All right, so we can propose as an action item, the updated policies and the policies that are proposed to be removed tonight. Is that correct? Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second.
I just have, Mr. Chair, were there not some red parts of that Mr. Grady had to add some words? Maybe I missed that, I didn't hear that.
Those were actually
The revision.
recommended regulations for the administration, and we've not in the past adopted regulations for the administration. We've just adopted the policies.
Okay. Anything else?
And as Mr.
Motion
Grady,
made to move it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
as Mr. Grady stated, this is, we're not to revise this in any way. We're simply to act upon it. And so at this time, I've moved that we move the policy, what we can accept, reject this time, which has been stated, to an action item.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, move to an action item. Now we have a motion to accept that part tonight.
I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And Mr. Grady, we can conclude what needs to be done at the next meeting.
So with the vote tonight, just to be clear, on the new policies, it's the approval of the first reading. On updated policies, it's the approval of the revisions, and that'll not be a final vote. And on the removal of policies, tonight will be the only vote you need.
I make a motion that, we approve the revisions of policy. That correct? It's the revisions
Motion to adopt the new policies.
and then revisions.
And update policies and remove policies. So we're doing all three things. I guess that probably the better action would be, let's do it one at a time. Move to adopt all the new policies.
I make such motion.
Second.
Motion to move to adopt all the new policies. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay.
Now make a motion to update the policies concerning Title IX.
I make a motion that we update the policies concerning Title IX.
Second. Okay, a motion to update Title IX policies, and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
The last motion is to remove the two policies concerning the prohibition against discrimination, harassment, and bullying, and discrimination, harassment, and bullying complaint procedure from our policy.
I make such a motion.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Mr. Gray, that takes care of all three of them tonight.
Takes care of that policy.
Takes care of all three of them, then
All
we'll
three.
have to bring the new
We won't have
policy.
to bring anything back. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Gentry. Thank you.
Mr. Gentry.
Okay, Construction Committee meeting, Mr. Randy Lawson.
We had a construction committee meeting before this meeting this afternoon, and Ms. Chisholm representing, Ms. Erica, you said it best. What's that? I know you wrote it down.
PwC Consulting.
Yeah, consulting firm out of Greensboro on the need base for public schools capital fund. In the past, it is a $15 million grant. What we're proposing and bringing to the board tonight is that we go ahead with action to have her group to look at it from the construction committee, which needs a vote from the full board to pursue it. Most everyone was in here. If you weren't, the $15 million is what has been classified pretty much as shovel-ready money. We've not done it in the past, but at this time, we have a certain time frame to get it in. The 15th, September 15th is the deadline. I'd want to make that as a proposal, as a motion, and see where it takes us.
Okay. We have a proposal, and we have two hands up, so we get Mr. Henry and then Dr. Emmanuel.
Just for the public to understand a little more, it's a $15 million grant that a consulting business is going to tap us into what they call new market tax credit. In other words, we will be, we'll get a return. It's about like buying a vehicle. You buy a vehicle and you get a $1,500 return on a new vehicle. We're talking 15 million and we're estimating $2 to $3 million return. And there's no obligation at this point. But if we don't file before the deadline, we will miss the opportunity until next year this time.
Right.
So right now, there's no monies appropriated, no monies obligated, and we're just saying with this proposal that we go ahead and agree to give the superintendent or whomever, her staff, to sign off to be part of this process. Motion made.
Yeah, and the other part of that is, Mr. Henry, is that it would be on the property on 711. We need to put that in there, Mr. Grady.
Let me clarify something if I can here.
So,
The 15 million is the DPI funding from the state. That is one entity that was looked at tonight.
Right.
Now, there's another one, this, the new market tax credit, that was a second one. There was two things we actually looked at. Now, the 15 million, and in both these cases right now, there is no obligation, exactly as you said, Mr. Henry, there would be no obligation. This is just to investigate these two items. But they are two different areas is what we're
Entity.
looking at. And the 15 million is the one that we're under a strict deadline of September 15th due date. So just so the community, so it's what you were saying, that part there would be clear. Okay, Dr. Emmanuel?
For my clarification, maybe I misheard her say something or misunderstand. Where did the FEMA come in for the matching when she was talking? Which one is that going with?
Well,
Because I heard her distinctly say you can use your FEMA for the matching part. Now, which one was that going with? I missed something.
Dr. Manuel, that monies is monies that are from the hurricane,
I understand that.
is like 80, maybe $85 million that we're looking at getting, that we haven't got yet, but that we could use that money, if we get it, to serve this purpose.
All right.
And prior to the new board members coming on, we had said that those monies, we kind of prioritized them as to if we were to get that money, where that money would be going. So to turn into the federal government, to FEMA, so to speak. And at that time, the planetarium was in that monies. So if we were to get it, and I understand we're talking about 15 million, but it could cost 20 million, or it could be 10 million our part. I mean, it's just, we might not owe 3 million with tax credits and other things. So, we're bringing this from the construction to the full board, asking it, for consideration that we go ahead with the process to get ourselves in line, that, and there's deadlines, and that's what we're working against. But to pursue this, it may be that we get nothing, or it may be that we qualify and we are able to do some construction. So,
Randy, I totally agree. I think we need to be progressive. I'm just, from my understanding, trying to get it, my brain straight. If we do not get any FEMA money, they will kick us out of the running for the grant. Is that correct or not correct?
We could drop out.
We could drop out.
There's no obligation.
Yeah, okay, that's the only thing.
There's no money transpired as far as transacted in this deal.
right.
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, and I agree with you, we should apply, because I do want to say that I've had this one legislator ask me, why don't y'all apply? Why don't you ever apply? So, I mean,
Here we go, so to speak. So,
Make it as a motion?
as a motion, yes, sir, and to include that the property on 711, that's the one that's called distress.
And to add the coordinating folks that Dr. Wooten assigns to work with that.
Right.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Good job, Brandon.
Thank you. No, you did not. Yeah, I need to go back. Got me excited, just talking about that money. Let's go back. We need to,
The action part, we need,
yeah, we need to move the action item first, Mr. Randy.
okay. I'd like to move that as an action item to be voted on tonight by the full board as to the construction of the planetarium. Name the group, Ms. Erica.
PWC Consulting,
BWD
PWC
C Construction
Consulting.
Consulting,
Planetarium and Tech School.
right.
Second that recommendation.
Motion and second. That's to move it to an action item. All those in
Yes.
favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we got it moved. Mr. Randy?
All right.
Let's vote.
The same motion
Second.
That good enough?
Approval.
for approval.
Need to state it. Go ahead and state it again.
Okay. That we, link with the,
PWC.
WC.
them. Hey, Henry, you got it written down over there. Go ahead.
Make a motion that we, agree to coordinate with consulting company BWC and, Dr. Wooten and her staff to coordinate, personnel to be a part of this grant, application process to administer it.
Planetarium and Tech.
Planetarium on Highway
711.
7-Eleven.
11.
Tech School at Comtech.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tech School at,
Planetarium School of,
and I'll second that.
okay? Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Now we can move on. Okay, Curriculum Committee, Dr. Emmanuel and Dr. Robert.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to open with some statements to say that we had an extensive curriculum meeting the other night, and many things were covered, but I think the gist of what we were trying to get at the curriculum meeting is, what are we going to do differently this year than we did last year? Because the satisfaction of level of parents is nationwide very low with the online distance learning, and it's referred to as remote learning in 3 different ways. So I think our staff did a great job in bringing together some things that we are doing, but I don't want the misconception to get that the resources are more important than the teachers. And what we presented the other day and what was presented to us were the great resources out there and the platforms that we use, whether it's a Google Classroom for K2 or whether it's a Canvas for 3.8 or whatever for the high school. Those are great. Those are the platforms, and all kind of resources are out there, whatever, all kind of programs. But the important key to any of this will be the teacher and the direct relationship with the students and the standard course of study. Those are the things. But we had quite a lengthy presentation the other night, but there were some things that we did not touch. But I think the most important part of that curriculum presentation was to show the difference from what we were going to do, like what we did last year, and what we're going to do this year for the distance learning, at least for that first 9 weeks. Hopefully we can get back in the brick mortar building after that, and this COVID thing will subside, or maybe they'll have a vaccination by then or whatever. But we do want to say, regardless of all the resources we share with you tonight and the past, the platforms, that the important thing we want you to remember, the key to all this is the teacher. I do want to say that we're going to extend an opportunity to Dr. Locklear he wanted to further explain some things. But curriculum is a continuing process. You never learn it all at once. I'm at least 39 and I'm learning something every day. Okay, Dr. Robert, and I did want to say before, when he finishes, we do have a document we would like for the board to adopt.
Thank you, Dr. Manuel. And if I may yield to Ms. Steve Grissett, she served on our task force for all of the training that we've been doing this summer. So I'm going to yield a couple minutes to Ms. Steve Grissett, and she's coming up right now. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Chairman Lowry, board members, Dr. Wooten. I am Dee Grissett. I am ecstatic to serve as president for a second term for the Robinson Association of Educators, which is the local association under our state Education Association, NCAE, which most of you have heard, North Carolina Association of Educators. We are the largest education association in North Carolina who advocates for public school educators. And when I say educators, I don't just mean teachers. A lot of people say NCAE, that's the teacher association. We are the education association. We are all educators. We advocate for our education support professionals who are our, cafeteria workers, our bus drivers, our custodians, school social workers, school counselors, maintenance, everyone plays a part in educating our students. Educators' main focus is on the education process and the needs of our students. We're all currently learning best practices concerning remote instruction, so we can all do the best job possible to advance our students' learning. We know the mission statement for the public schools in Robinson County is to educate all students by building a foundation for learning in an ever-changing global society. Well, folks, that's where we are now, an ever-changing global society. We are all in unknown territory right now, but RAE has been and will continue to be here to support all of our members. RAE received a grant from NCAE through the BTOP program, which is the Beginning Teacher Organizing Program, to support our beginning teachers in years 1 through 5. In collaboration with Ms. Collins Falk at Central Office, we protected those teachers, and we had socials last year. We had a social at Texas Steakhouse. We hosted a regional beginning teacher summit, which Dr. Wooten gave a great welcome to those teachers. It provided sessions on evaluations, trauma-informed classrooms, and true colors. We also had a sip and paint presented by Ms. Sandy Carter. We had a karaoke night along with a presentation on self-care by Ms. Ricky Fuller. And sometimes you can just be meeting out. Teachers are always meeting. They're always having PD. Sometimes they need a neutral place where they can get together, they can be authentic, they can share, be real, and learn from each other and grow from each other. And from the feedback that was given to us from our attendees, everyone loved the events we had up until the point of the pandemic. And we still plan to host those, of course, but it will be on a virtual platform. NCAE has continually provided professional development for its members. We also received the Urban Grant in late January 2020 to further support and provide programs that will better advance our members. That would have started in March, but due to the pandemic, again, it did not get off its feet. But we will still be providing that on a virtual environment. Now, Dr. Robert asked me, thank you for the invitation also, Dr. Robert, to come and give a perspective on the before and the after the pandemic. RAE is still doing what it's doing. We will still continue to support our members. And not only are we here for the educators, I want to say, but we are a resource for you as board members and a central office. Whenever you need something, we have that direct connection that we can contact NCAE or the national level, contact NEA, the National Education Association. So know that we will provide that for you. We have been and we will continue to do that. And for anyone, any educator who is listening or watching us on social media who are not members, or even anyone in here in the room, if you are not member, we urge you now more than ever that you need to be a member of NCAE. I heard a member say her NCAE is her career insurance. And when I thought about that, that's so true. We have house insurance, we have auto insurance. You don't wait until your house burns down and say, oh, I need to get some insurance. You don't wait till you get in a car wreck and say, oh, I need some insurance. Well, that's the same with your career. You don't wait until you get in trouble and say, oh, I need to join NCAE. It'll be too late. It'll be too late. So thank you again for the opportunity, Dr. Robert, to come and speak. Again, know that we're always here. We will continue to provide resources for our teachers so that our students can excel in this 21st century. Thank you.
Ms. D,
Sir.
I want to say that I appreciate the extension y'all gave to talk to me about RAE and NCAE. And also I want to say that it was brought to my attention that there was maybe some statements that was made in our board meetings that was took the wrong way. And I'd like for teachers to know that they are greatly appreciated. there was, that we were trying to get a point across when that particular statement was made. It was not to degrade a teacher during the last school session. It was to identify our needs and to identify what we put in place to make changes. But we want our teachers to understand that we appreciate everything they do for us and the children.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brewer. And I plan on extending that same, I personally, met with you, and I intend on meeting with every new member. Some of you I know by face, I haven't directly spoken with you, but again, know that we are always here. On social media, you can contact us, email, phone number, we are always here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one thing about Ms. DeGrist, if you call her, she will call you right back. So we appreciate her support. And that leads into my segue, because Dr. Manuel asked a question. And first of all, thank you, Dr. Manuel, for serving as the curriculum chairwoman. And I think we had a good discussion last Thursday. I know we probably went over a little bit, but that was a 6-hour presentation. We did it in about 2.5 hours. So I promise not to do the rest of the 3.5 hours tonight. But we could take it up, because teaching and learning, ladies and gentlemen, those that are listening there in the Robeson County land, teaching and learning is so important if we're going to move our school district in the right direction. Like Dr. Manuel said, sometimes when it comes to the teaching and learning, we push to the side, but our teachers, and that's why we asked Ms. Dee Grissett to come today, along with some of her representatives that served on our task force to help us put our curriculum in place for the upcoming school year as it relates to face-to-face and remote learning. But if we do not have highly qualified teachers in the classroom, then the boys and girls in public schools of Robeson County is going to suffer. And Dr. Manuel made the point that the programs are great, the professional development is awesome, but that teacher makes the most or presents the most value in that classroom. I remember the first day I started teaching, Mr. Vontae, I was teaching 3rd grade with 32 students. Very small room. But I didn't know what to do, because I was like, I'm only supposed to have 25 and I have 37. That was in my mind. Why did they give me all these kids? And then I realized it doesn't matter what the state says you can only have. You teach those that are in front of you, no matter who they are, no matter what they look like, no matter whose relative they are, because all the students, all 23,000 public schools of Robeson County, I feel like are mine. Because I value all of them. And those teachers in that organization that we are very supportive of, because all of our teachers have to feel valued in the public schools of Robeson County. Because without them, we couldn't do this, Mr. Gentry. We have to have support, and that's the members sitting around here, although some are not here tonight. But all 11 of you, the teachers are important. And especially during this time, unprecedented time that we're facing in public education. To ever imagine. Like I told the group today, when we left in March, it was like, well, when August gets here, we'll be okay. We're worse today than we were when we left March 13th. And what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? So the question was asked, how are our learning environments when it comes face-to-face, which that's what we're used to, and remote learning? Well, the first thing you have to have are highly qualified teachers and assistants, support staff. And when Ms. Freeman, with her support staff, we talked about that group today, how important they are going to be in order for us to meet the needs. Because I know once students start their instructional days, we're going to get those hotlines are going to start ringing. Because there are a lot of social needs here in the public schools of Robeson County, in this county. And Mr. Barnes will talk about that here in just a second. But one thing for remote learning, we've made sure we implement the K2 instructional pacing guides based on the North Carolina course of study. You heard me say that last week. Rigorous instruction must be provided on a daily basis. Rigorous instruction can't happen on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Or, well, I feel best on Monday, so I'm gonna do rigorous on Monday. Tuesday and Friday, I can't do rigorous. Rigorous has to be every single day if we're gonna meet the needs of our students. Because if not, we're selling them short. The Public Schools of Robertson County, the board members have authorized us to purchase our textbooks, and I thank you for that. For those K-8 ready textbooks, those they are being delivered. Most of them have already arrived, so we thank you for supporting that initiative. Grading expectations, and that question, like Dr. Ring said, that question is coming up a lot. And like I tell every parent, every email, every text I get, is that currently, as of today, there have been no changes to the board policy that relates to grading. But as soon as we do get further guidance from DPI and the state board, we'll definitely get that out to you. Last week, Ms. Jadell gave us an update on attendance expectations. We went over that with the principals today. We'll be consistent and applied in each learning environment. It will be taken daily. We want to make sure our students in our special populations, our EL, our EC students, our AIG, those students with 504 plans, we want to make sure that that they get the services they need. Our homeless, Ms. Jennifer just talked about the migrants, and another important group. We want to make sure those students are served. Students will receive counseling, and student services departments will be readily available. So we want to make sure that whatever the needs are, those students are going to have those needs met. Also, in each learning environment, there will be an additional focus on, like I said, the social and emotional learning and building those relationships. And I told Chairman Lowry earlier, before you started coming in, that when it comes to next week, there has to be a lot of relationships. RAE, teachers. We have to make sure that our teachers and our students feel comfortable with each other. They have to know each other. Before you can teach a child, you must do what? You must know that child. And it's going to be hard to know that child over that Zoom or over that Canvas or Google Meet, whatever platform you're using. When you can't just see that, you can see the child, but it's a different type of sight. It's not the same as being in that classroom. It's different. It's going to be different for those students, but we're going to do everything we can to build those relationships. Also, one of my concerns, and we talked about this last week, what's going to look different? We have to make sure that we are, Mr. Gentry, our handwriting. That is so important because I get so many letters from students, former students, and they still print. And these students of mine were now like 30 years old, and they still print. I don't know what happened to cursive writing, but for some reason, our students aren't doing that. It's so important. So we want to make sure vocabulary, phonics, Ms. Jennifer talked about that phonics program, Letterland. Because if we don't have a good K-2 foundation, it's going to be hard for us to build on that. So we got to have that K-2. Critical thinking skills, study skills, so important. Sometimes we think students know how to study, how to incorporate those study skills, but they really don't even know what study skills are. So this is where we have to do a better job. During this time with our remote learning, we're going to emphasize on those study skills to make sure we focus on all grade levels. Making sure that we deliver meals to our students. That is very important because if you expect a child to learn, they have to be fed. That is a must. That's one of the hierarchy needs. They have to feel loved, and they have to have nutrition. So at this time, I'm going to stop just for a second. And we have Mr. Anthony Barton, who's worked on his internship with us this year. And he's going to give you some updates. As part of his internship, he has to speak at a board meeting. So, yes, Mr. Robert.
Mr. Robert, just for the public to know, there was a lot of concern about us buying textbooks. Will you share with the community how many dollars we allocated to go towards textbooks?
Yes, good question, Mr. Rohr. For our K-8, we spent, Ms. Erica, help me out.
580.
It was a little over
$548,000.
Right, $548,000, and that
For textbooks.
right, and those dollars came directly from our textbook funds that the state allocates.
Thank you.
Chairman Lowry, Dr. Wooten, and board members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I appreciate Dr. Locklear and Dr. Wooten asking me to come speak. I wanted to speak to you on the principal's perspective on what instruction is going, how it's going to look differently in our buildings and remotely, from the spring to the fall. But I also want to speak to you from the parent perspective. I have 3 daughters. My oldest daughter, Ellery, is a 7th grade student at Prospect School. And it hit me this weekend that for the first time in, I don't know, the whole time she's been there, she is not going to start her first day of school in the classroom. She's not going to have teachers in front of her, and it scares me as a parent. I wrote a letter to my parents that they'll pick up tomorrow on our dissemination day, and I told them that, like them, I'm scared. Because it's my responsibility as a daddy to make sure my child gets everything she gets or that she needs. And I don't get to drop her off at school this year. What we did in the spring, we did our best. Because on March 13th, we left thinking, we'll be back here Monday. This is going to blow off in a couple of weeks. We'll be back and we'll be able to make this up. We've done it after 2 hurricanes. But when it became evident that we weren't coming back in the building, I think teachers and principals, the district cabinet and the curriculum staff, we did everything we could to help our students. But obviously, we know that wasn't enough. I think the district cabinet, the curriculum staff, our teachers, our principals, our staff in the schools have done a lot of things to make sure instruction at schools this year looks differently than it did in the spring. I want to jump forward first to our LMS, which is the learning management systems we'll be using. Last year at Pembroke Middle School, I had some folks using Google Classroom. I had some folks using Canvas. We had training by Ms. Stephanie and Ms. Lisa on Canvas that some folks were using. Some folks are still accustomed to Canvas, to Google Classroom. So I had parents trying to figure out how to do more than one learning management system because we have 5 different teachers per child. This year, we all are going to be on the same one, grades 3 through 12. So instead of a parent trying to figure out how to do 2 or 3 different platforms with a student at one school, they'll be using one. Live instruction, and I think Dr. Manuel has said, Dr. Locklear has echoed, and I agree that there's nothing that replaces our teachers in our classrooms. And I'm gonna be honest with you, when I surveyed my staff, they were ready to come and get to work and start putting things out to their students. Videos are great, and that's gonna be a part of our process. But we're gonna start seeing live instruction in our schools this year. The schedules that the cabinet sent out that give us examples on how we could create that on our school, at our schools, ensures that our students are getting a blend of synchronous and asynchronous instruction. So for example, my child, fortunately, I have a mother-in-law that's a retired educator, so she'll be home with her and she's gonna make sure she logs in when her teacher's gonna be available. Well, we know we have students in our district, it might be 6 o'clock in the evening, Dr. Locklear, when their parent gets off work and they're gonna say, you know what, I'm gonna take you to that Wi-Fi bus and we're gonna get logged on. They may not be able to interact synchronously right then with their teacher, but we know there'll be recordings from that day for them to see what's going on. Our teachers across the district will have office hours at different parts of the day based on that school and that principal and what they've designated. And it makes me feel good that I know there's gonna be a time that I can reach out as a parent to a teacher at my daughter's school to get help. Communication is gonna be more important than ever. And I know we talk about that and we throw that word around, but in our schools, the way it's gonna be different this year is it's not gonna be one-sided. We're waiting on the students to contact us. We've got to take a proactive stance at the schools and make sure we're contacting them first. Being proactive to say, hey, I'm putting this out here. What do you have questions about? Or, hey, I'm just calling to check on little Johnny because he didn't log in today or he hadn't logged in this week. That communication phone is great. And as principals, we like to send out our Blackboard Connect calls. I think it's called something different now, our Thrill Share. But as a principal, I'm willing to use whatever means possible I can to get my message out about my school. And our other principals are as well. So if that means I got to get on Facebook, if that means I got to get on Twitter, if that means I got to get on Google Meet too, and when I'm going around, and that's just what we have to do to make sure people hear our message. Chairman Lowry did a great job talking about the technology. I think that's a great piece. Our Chromebook schools are gearing up to pass those out. There's internet buses that Guzman was talking about. That's going to be great. Our partners in our community. And then finally, our school campus as well. We know people can drive up in the parking lot and use our internet. One thing, last 2 comments I want to make, as administrators, we have to monitor what we expect. One of the great things we learned about Canvas last week is there's analytics in there, so I can go in and see what teachers are using what, how much usage we're getting from our students. And then we have access to all courses. So just like my principal friends, when we're in the face-to-face building, they're in their classrooms every day, coaching teachers, giving feedback. We're going to do the same thing with our virtual classrooms. Dr. Locklear and his team has already sent out a walkthrough document that we can use. And lastly, I just want to talk about the collaboration. I do appreciate Dr. Wooten and Dr. Locklear allowing me to do my internship this year. I got to see a lot of work being done by the curriculum team and the cabinet, especially with the fast track program and the remote learning plan. But there's also a lot of collaboration that goes on between principals, between folks at their schools, between the cabinet, giving us information and guidance. And then I will say this about your team, Dr. Locklear. Dr. Cummins and the curriculum supervisors, there's been many hours they spent in the morning and at night, all times of the day, really, Dr. Locklear, and the instructional technology facilitators putting all this stuff together. So you can have all the ideas you want to, but it's got to be presentable for folks when they see that. And then the last thing I'll say is, y'all talking about teachers, we can't do it without our teachers, because a lot of this information that was created, all of the fast track, the instructional pacing guides, our teachers are the content masters, and they're the ones that had a big part in creating this. So as a parent, I expect instruction to look different, because I need my child getting everything she needs, but as a principal, all 759 of my students, I need to know that we're putting out the best product possible at middle school. And I know that's echoed by my colleagues. And we have talent in this district. In administration, we have talent with our certified and classified staff. And I've just asked parents in my community just to be patient with us, because it's going to take us a couple minutes to, or a little bit of time to work out the details. But I know everybody's heart's in the same way, and that's to get our students what they need. Take any questions, Dr. Locklear. Yes.
Question?
Mr. Barton,
Yes, sir.
where are you principal at? Say that a little louder.
I'm the principal at Pembroke Middle School.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. But he does a wonderful job too.
Sure.
He does a great job. Let me ask one more question. Miss Erica, and not putting a, exact figure on it, but going back to Mr. Henry's question, the money we spent on those books, I think our total this year of textbook money, is it like 900,000, somewhere like that? Am I close? And you'll see where I'm going when you get that.
Total allotment this year is $687,300.
I was wrong. 600, say that one more time.
$687,364.
What would that have been probably 8 or 9 years ago?
It probably would have been $1.3 million.
Okay, in the millions, and a little farther back, it might have been over 2 million.
That's correct.
So that textbook money, as we have said for years, has just gone down and down, and we got into this computer situation where we're at now. But just so folks knew, the money's not there for textbooks. It was just great that we were able to get these K-8 books in reading and math. It was just fantastic that we were able to get those with what allotment we do have. So thank you for that.
I would like to say that I followed you on social media, and I was impressed, because what it did, it gave us, it passed down a sensitivity for the parents to understand that the system is more organized than what they had experienced. First perception normally is the last perception. And, it was dropped on us at the end of the year, last season, and there's been tremendous work done this summer. And when school started back, by all staff members, including principals, we would have just loved to have principals more oriented maybe a month ago, more so than what they were. But when your program's just being completed, that's what sort of put us to the point that we're at now. But we're going to be patient with the parents and the students to get acclimated back into this new learning curve that we're in. So we don't want anybody to feel pressured that they feel like they've got to pick it up and run with it. Thanks for what you did on social media.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Dr. Manuel?
Mr. Barton, do we give you our grade now?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
All right. See me at the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Okay, and our last presenter is one of our phenomenal teachers out at Mr. Lawson at Long Branch Elementary. And Ms. Rhonda's going to come up and do a demonstration on our Google Classroom, because I promised you, I think at the last session, that we needed to see something in person and how this is going to operate. So, Ms. Rhonda, are you ready?
Yep, this one. I have one of my students from last year. She's supposed to be joining us. Hopefully she'll come in.
That's all we got.
That's all I got. Approvals are never counted. She said that's the place
I got a couple.
Hey, how are you? Thank you for joining me today. So let's just start talking about our letter. Can you hear me? Okay? Casey? Casey?
Hey.
Casey? Can you see me? No.
No.
Okay. So where am I? Oh, can you see me now? Camera. Excuse me. Can you see my face? And she can't see. She's not looking in front of them. Can you see it today?
I see now.
Oh, wow.
Here we go, here we go.
So we're gonna talk about lettering, okay? Can you remember the five letters? Can you help me out? What are they?
A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y.
Oh, wow. All right, so what's gonna happen is, remember, we have two rows in the word. The first one is what?
A,
What's Mr. E gonna say? He's gonna stick his hand in the air and wave, or what?
E,
E. And what's Mr. A gonna do?
looking out for red robot.
That's right. Does he talk? Is Mr. A gonna sit down? Does Mr. A say so? Mr. A, he's looking out for what, so he doesn't talk, does he? Right? Right. So Mr. E says the same, Mr. A says, what is it? Silent?
Yes, okay. So what we're gonna do is, we also have, who's this? You see this? Who is that?
E.
Well, who wants to show letter? Remember his name? Eddie. Eddie.
Oh,
Is Eddie yellow?
come here. Close. Wait, I'm nothing good. You're good. Oh, teacher, her good.
You hear that?
Esther, can she hear you again?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me anymore? You hear? Sorry.
Yes.
Is that better? Yeah? Is that better? Can you hear me?
Mom, I can't see her.
I can't see.
I can't.
If anything.
Yeah.
Alright. So, Eddie, and what sound does he say?
Eh.
Eh. So, what we're gonna do next is I'm gonna show you some words, and I want you to remember your two rules. If it's by, if E by itself, it says eh. If it's Mr. E and Mr. A, it's gonna say E. And then we're gonna sort these words by the short E and the long. Okay? You see this word?
Not good.
In a row.
Left.
Good. So is that Mr. E or any other?
EA.
Is it short E or long E? And say F like an elephant or E like Mr. E?
E.
Full and
Eh.
very good. Let's try another one. You see this one?
Meat.
Very good. So is that long E or short E?
Long.
Very good. So it's gonna be another one.
Shed.
Very good. So it's long E or short E?
Long.
And
Short.
very good. It's gonna do it. And your last word?
Clean.
Very good. Is that short E or long?
Long E.
Very good. So it's gonna go. So what we did just done was read some words and sorted them between your long vowel and your short vowel. Okay? So the next thing that you would be able to do is you're gonna go into your classroom and you onto your assignment. And just
I can't see.
you can't what?
I can't see.
That bad? Can you hear me? That's all you need to do right now.
I can't see this one over this one.
Stand at the podium.
You need to scoot over this that way.
Okay. Thank you. So, now nothing would have done in class, where you would have been on the carpet and you would have been sorting your words. This time it's already in a document, and you're gonna sort them between your short vowel and your long vowel. Okay?
I can't see. Okay, now I can.
So do you understand what your assignment would be?
Hmm?
You understand what your assignment would be? And you go to your Google Classroom and click on your assignment? Yes? And you're gonna sort your words just like we did with sort words. You're gonna sort them between your long vowel, your vowel, EA, and then your short vowel, Mr. Eddie. Got it? Sound good? You did a great job. Thank you for joining me today.
Huh?
Thank you for joining me today. You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
You're
Bye.
welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Paisley.
Bye.
Thank you for participating.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Rhonda. Good job. Remember flexibility. If that technology is not 100%, you got to be patient and it'll finally come around, Mr. Gentry. That's why next week we want to make sure that everything's up and running and make sure that we can connect with all the students, because this technology here is not, sometimes it's not 100% in our favor. So Mr. Cole gets a little aggravated with it. So, but we do thank Ms. Lang and Ms. Paisley Britt for participating this evening. And then the last thing, and I'll sit down, is we want to make sure that there are 3 words that we have been using here in Robinson County for a long time, public schools of Robinson County. And it has to do with rigor, relevance, and relationships. And hopefully by the end of the week, we will have all of these documents that we just switched over to a new system. So Mr. Cole and Dr. Burnett is trying to get everything uploaded. We'll have all of these documents from our curriculum meeting online so parents can reference them. But one I want to share with the parents who are here online is that for the class time and workload, this is very important. For high schools, they should have 1 hour per course for a total of 4 hours. For middle school, it's 45 minutes per course with breaks. Okay, so that's going to equal about 2.5 hours. And then for elementary school grades 3 through 5, it's 30 minutes per course, per core course with short breaks. And then for pre-K to second, it's 1 hour with short breaks. And just as a reminder, it's 4 days synchronous, where there's going to be interaction with the teacher, interaction with the student. Then on Friday, it's going to be asynchronous, sometimes that's hard to say. And that will be where we'll do project-based, and those activities are being put together this week. So we'll have that final list once the principals give us their final approval. So the last thing I want to leave with you, and thank you for allowing us a little extra time this evening. But academic rigor to us is about the quality of the teaching and learning, because we talked about that at the beginning. We have to have high quality teachers. So the academic rigor to us is about the quality of the teaching and learning. At an academically rigorous school, students feel both success and challenge on a daily basis. In terms of classroom teaching, we view an academically rigorous classroom or curriculum as one that has high levels of student engagement and learning. And that's what we want our remote learning to be. Lots of engagement, lots of student engagement, and lots of teaching and learning. In order for this to happen, this is what our students deserve, and no less. Let me repeat that one more time. I want to make sure it gets on the record in the minutes that we said this tonight. This is what our students deserve, and board members, they deserve no less. And I'll take any questions you may have at this time.
Mr. Terry?
Do you mind going back and restating the hours for the synchronous learning piece, if you don't mind? Was that just high school?
No, this is the actual time, Mr. Locklear. For high school, it's a total of 4 hours, it's 1 hour per course. For middle school, it's 45 minutes per course. For elementary, it's 30 minutes per core course. And for pre-K to second, it's 1 hour with short breaks.
And that's gonna be Monday through Thursday?
Yes, sir. And then Friday will be their project-based learning.
And that's gonna be the synchronous time or just total
Yes.
time? Okay.
Yes, sir. And it's in our handout. Yes, sir.
Mr. Simmons and then Dr. Manning.
Dr. Locklear,
Yes.
what about the students that's doing the early college? What kind of schedule will they have? The students that's doing the early college, what kind of schedule will they have?
Yeah, they, let's see, they started was it last Wednesday, early college?
No, they actually start, the 17th.
They started the 7th, yes.
So they will-
Yeah. Mhm. So their schedule is, because they're taking college, it's a little bit different. It depends on what courses the students are taking, and Ms. Singler can address that when she comes up to speak here in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Because they're different courses, different schedules, based on what the students are taking.
Dr. Manning?
I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut anybody off. I was going to talk about the document and bring it up for
Yeah.
group.
Any other questions? Okay,
Mr. Chair, thank you, Dr. Robert. You did a great job. Just stay right there.
Oh, okay.
All the resources that the staff and the administration that they put together, especially what he was just talking about the time, is in a document. It's called Curriculum Plan Distance Learning Resources. And it's a great resource for teachers. As I said, it doesn't replace the teacher, but it's a great resource. And I think they're going to put it online. Am I saying something I shouldn't? Or is that?
You're correct, Doctor.
But anyway, we asked the board, we want to go down and ask the board for approval to accept that as our resource, distance learning resource plan.
okay, and that was the document that was presented last week, am I?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Okay, any discussion with that? Everybody's familiar with that?
Well, everybody was present for that 3-hour discussion.
Yes, ma'am. I vaguely remember. We need to make that as a motion to move it to action. We get that as a motion, let's move that to an action item.
I so moved.
Have a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, now we need a motion to actually approve the document.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the curriculum plan distance learning resource document for the public schools of Robertson County.
Okay?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Gray, one more thing before we sit down. We want to thank our curriculum department, curriculum and instruction. I tell you, Dr. Cummins, the supervisors, all the staff, Ms. Stephanie, Ms. Lisa, Mr. Cole behind the scenes here. I tell you, we cannot thank them enough they picked up the gamut around April when we found out that we were going to be out for the remainder of the school year. And we wanted to make sure that, that we were prepared, because we thought we were going to come back in the building. We really thought it was going to be brick and mortar. So once we found out, things didn't look good, we had to revamp our schedule and roll out the plan. And we worked long, everybody, the superintendent, the cabinet, Ms. Jennifer, Ms. Karen, Ms. Thompson, myself, some of my colleagues that are here tonight in the steering committees, everybody sat around the table and planned. It wasn't just what I thought, it's what we thought, and so everybody, I can't thank you enough. So thank you.
Emmanuel?
I just wanted to thank that little child. She was so brave and precious. I think we need to do a special something for that child and the teacher, for the child to come before a bunch of staunch-looking old people and present.
Yeah, she was like, who are those people?
I think she was brave, and maybe the superintendent can send her a little card or do something special.
Maybe at the
And the
next board
teacher.
meeting, Dr. Manuel, we can have her live in person.
Yeah, she was very brave.
Next meeting.
I was fixing to say, when we can bring people out, make sure we get her name.
Yes.
Hey, what grade?
Paisley Brett,
What grade? Any idea what?
going to first.
First grade?
But she was so precious and brave.
But Dr. Robert, let me just reiterate, not your staff and then everybody, that the work's been done just, and I was gonna say this later, but we got a lot of questions. People's got questions, and we're gonna have questions every day this week and next week. But, I'm just saying to folks out there that, we'll try to get them answered. The staff down here will try to get them answered as quick as they can. And, we're gonna get through this. Nobody, as we said before, has been through this. This is uncharted water for everybody. But we're just grateful that we've got the folks we have in place at the schools, and we just asked you, keep working hard. And again, if you have the questions, ask them, and we'll get the problem solved.
Well stated.
Thank you.
Robert, I think next we have you again with RCC update.
Chairman Lowry, board members, and honored guests. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce the president of Robeson Community College, Melissa Singler, who is a partner with the Public Schools of Robeson County. And she's only been with us a short period of time, but I told her she feels like family. So, Ms. Melissa Singler.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear, and thank you, Chairman Lowry, board members, Dr. Wooten, and Dr. Locklear for the invitation. I truly feel like I'm home. I grew up just down the road in Columbus County, worked in K-12 there, banking, and eventually the community college. So I'm not a stranger. To begin with my formal presentation, I want to back up a little bit to a conversation that started when Chairman Godwin was standing here, because we can help. And that's what we are here for. The partnership that we have with the public schools of Robeson County, to me, is a bit like a marriage. And we have custody of the same children, right?
Right.
Because you are educating them, and we are educating them. And in some cases, we're not just educating the children who are still in high school, we're educating the parents who were former students of yours and the grandparents. Every my first week here, we hosted Manufacturing Day at the college. Dr. Locklear can attest to that. It was 1,500 seventh graders from Robeson County Public Schools who came onto our campus, and I tried to walk around and meet as many as I could and ask them what their plans were, and hopefully invite them to be students at Robeson Community College one day. And this little girl looked at me. She walked to me and she said, "Lady," she said, "look, I know more about Robeson Community College than you do. My daddy went here, my mama went here, my grandma went here." She said, "and I will probably go here if you're nice." So we are generational. We don't just educate the high school graduates. We educate, or try to educate, the entire family. So backing up to that conversation that started with Chairman Godwin, I would like to extend an invitation to PSRC to also use Robeson Community College as a hotspot for your students. We equipped our parking lots in March, when all of this rolled out, with internet Wi-Fi connection. So if you drive into our parking lots, and I will email you the schematics tomorrow, you have the ability to access the internet and do your homework and access everything you'll need to access. We also keep that parking lot, we have security there to make sure that people are safe, and to make, and this mask is driving me crazy, so excuse me for touching it, but to make sure that, the people who are there are there for the right reason and are getting what they need. So please know that your students and your faculty and staff are invited to join us there. And then the second thing I wanted to touch on, and I'm noticing this need of your parents perhaps needing some instruction on how to navigate remote learning. You spoke earlier about passing out Chromebooks to all of your students, and I think that is wonderful.
And I applaud PSRC for being proactive, because without that technology, that's not going to happen. But you'd be surprised, or maybe you wouldn't, how many of your parents are not going to know how to operate that Chromebook. So I would like to offer, and Dr. Locklear and I will have this conversation later, but I'd like to offer some free classes to your parents on how to assist with remote learning. That's what we're here for. We're here to support you. We are here to support the community. And I think that that is exactly the mission that we have. So please get with me. We can decide how that's going to look, whether we need to do it community-based, online. Kind of hard to teach somebody how to take a class online, by the way. I've tried. Or whether we need to maybe space in your schools while they're empty to bring parents in, but we can help with that.
Thank you.
Okay? So, didn't want to forget that. I'm going to segue into the relationships that we already have. And I will tell you, I bother Dr. Locklear and Dr. Wooten all the time. They woo the day they gave me their cell phone numbers. But they always answer, and they're always willing to listen. With that being said, I want to share some information about our current programs. You're probably most aware of the Early College High School, which is located on our main campus. Students typically begin this program during their 9th grade year and earn college credits towards an associate's degree, a diploma, or certification. In many cases, students graduate with both a high school diploma and a college degree simultaneously, so they walk away with 2 degrees. At our July 2020 graduation, 23 students graduated with a 2-year associate's degree. In terms of dollars and cents, we save those parents, if those students are transferring to a 4-year institution, probably close to $50,000.
Wow.
So if you put dollars and cents to it, that is a phenomenal opportunity for the student. As of today, there are 136 students enrolled in the early college. It's down just a bit from last year's total of 148, but some of that can be attributed to COVID-19 and relocation and that sort of thing. We're still enrolling students, so it may actually go up. The second program that you probably have heard a lot about, you hear it called dual enrollment. The official name for it is Career College Promise, and it's open to high school students in the 10th, 11th, and 12th grades. And they can enter in any one of those grades. They don't have to start in the 10th grade to go their junior and senior years. Classes are held on our campus, online, and via the information highway at the local high schools. In the 2019-20 year, we had our highest enrollment ever. We had 696 of your students taking these free classes. Collectively, they earned 8,861 credit hours and were awarded 40 industry-approved credentials, which means they could actually graduate and go get a job, or get a job before they graduated. In terms of cost savings to the family, a 3 credit hour class such as English 111 would cost an average of $1,100 at a 4-year university. That same class cost about $283 at a community college. It's no cost to CCP students, it's free. A CCP student can realistically earn 15 credit hours during his or her senior years of high school. For a total savings in tuition and fees compared to a university, it could easily be more than $25,000. We also have an articulation agreement with the Career Center, whereby students who enroll in RCC within 2 years of their high school graduation and meet certain criteria will actually transfer those credits over to college credit, even though they were earned here. And I like to see that happen. It's kind of a reverse transfer situation where they've taken these high school classes, but because these classes meet the same rigor and standard of our college classes, the students don't lose those credits. They come with them. Project 3C, I think Chairman Godwin mentioned that project, Project Access earlier. We are partnering with the Lumbee Tribe, PSRC, and UNCP to administer this grant. It was around $3.8 million. And students get the opportunity, and this reaches down to the middle school level. So one of my goals as president is to make a concerted effort to get down to the middle school level and to bring those students in more often. Quite honestly, I think we could probably reach down to the elementary level and start speaking to those students about what they want to be when they grow up and what opportunities are available to them. But this particular grant targets middle school students and provides them with the opportunity to virtual job shadow, take part in a summer camp for STEM, and various STEM activities throughout the year. We also have 2 career coaches who work with high school students here in your schools to help them chart a college or career path. These folks, believe it or not, are not recruiters for RCC. They're not there to get your students to come to RCC, although we hope some of them do. They're really there to assist students with charting a course, figuring out what they want to do, whether that's attend RCC, a 4-year college, join the military, or get a job. They're there to help with that process. 2 career coaches, folks, is not enough. All right, I want to go on record as saying that we are woefully short in that area. And this past year, we lost our funding for a 3rd career coach. It was a grant that we did not get, and I tried really hard. I called state board members and politicians and favors and threats, but we still did not get that money. We are in the process now of applying for additional grants to supplement hiring additional career coaches. I think that the needs of our high school students have to be met through having that one-on-one conversation and mentoring with someone who can help them make those hard decisions.
That's right.
I don't know about you. My first attempt at college was not successful. My parents spent a lot of money to send me to a 4-year university. I had a really good time as a student. It took me a while to grow up. So had I had someone to help me navigate through where I was mentally and emotionally, I probably would have saved them and myself a lot of grief. So that is one of our goals, is to increase the number of career coaches we can put into your high schools. I also want to mention the fact that our foundation awards a scholarship each year to a graduating high school senior from each high school in the amount of $1,000. So that is a competitive scholarship, and we do that to recruit students, but we also do it in recognition of the hard work that these students have achieved to graduate. And then some of the more exciting news is that when I started here, it was November, my team was already meeting regularly with Dr. Locklear's teams, the principals, the staff, the curriculum folks, and these plans were already in place, so I can't take credit for them. But in consultation with PSRC, we have started, beginning this fall, 8 new academic programs. Because what we were hearing is that your curriculum is stale. Our students aren't interested in what you have to offer. You don't have anything new. So 8 new academic programs is actually a heavy lift for college to start in one program year. But we have done that. So the programs are Associates in Hospitality Management, Mechatronic Engineering Technology, HVAC Technology, Surgical Technology, Information Technology Cybersecurity, Information Technology Game Development, which surprisingly has gotten a lot of interest. An Associate of Arts in Teacher Preparation is the first 2 years of the Teacher Ed program. We recognize that there is going to be a shortage of teachers. With COVID, it may be even greater than what we had initially thought. And an Associates of Science in Teacher Preparation. Many of these programs came with CCP pathways, so students can actually plug into those programs now. I think the only one that can't is Surge Tech because of the age requirement. So, collaboration, partnership. Like I said, we're in this together. Any questions? Any suggestions, recommendations?
Questions? Dr. Mann?
I don't have a question. I just appreciate her, president coming out, talking with us and encouraging a conversation that's going to be progressive. I think you used the word stale somewhere. Did I hear that word?
You did.
And we almost, in my opinion, got to a point like that with the curriculum. You know, kids change.
They do.
Kids are smart. And they're tech savvy and they're branching out in all kind of different areas, you know, in their careers. And we have to stay up with that.
Absolutely. I would also like to invite the board and your faculty and staff, if any of you have not toured Robinson Community College lately, please get with me. I would be happy to show you around both collectively and individually, show you some of our labs, some of our new buildings. We have a new building we broke ground on yesterday, a new EMS building. We're really excited about that. We have a new burn building that should be opening at the end of this month.
A new what kind of building?
Burn building. It's for the fire program.
Yeah.
Burn. Does RCC have full-time security?
We do.
What I'm going to ask you now is, if we have some students that are less privileged and going to have to take night classes, and they have a problem with connectivity, can they identify themselves and park on the premises to use internet services?
They can, and we encountered some of that with some students over the summer. What we ask is that they notify security that they're going to be on campus after hours, and I would even ask that they let us know the type of car they're driving. But definitely, we can accommodate that.
Other questions? Singler, I'd like to just thank you for coming out, you know, on behalf of RCC and sharing this information, just the things that we are working together on. And we thank you for coming out and sharing that with us, and hopefully we can keep increasing these programs.
Absolutely, and thank you. And I just want to let you know that it has been a pleasure working with Dr. Wooten and Dr. Locklear and their team. You have a group of dedicated, invested people. I know that you know that, but it can't be said enough. The demonstration that we witnessed here with Little Paisley, if you could break down, the thing that teacher did not share with you was the amount of time it took her to prep that lesson for what might be, 30 minutes of online instruction. That, she didn't just pull that out of a hat. She had to think through that. She had to figure out how to appeal to that student online. And I just want to thank all of your teachers, because you're teaching the students we're getting, and we're getting a quality product. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey. Action items, Ms. Erica, financial report.
Good evening again, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Dr. Wood, board members. You should have had in your packet your monthly financial report for July. We are moving forward to completing our operating budget for the district, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks, Dr. Wood will have a finance committee meeting to discuss that in detail. We're continuously getting new allocations from DPI, and we're at the start of the year. They're transitioning to updating all of our allocations. can answer any questions anybody.
Dr. Manuel?
Miss Erica, how close are we? This goes over to human resources, but you're the one that I'm asking, because how close are we to meeting our quota of number of teachers? It's like you have 100 and some, maybe 1,000 and some teaching positions. Are we?
You're asking about vacancies?
Yeah, how close are we? Now, I know they'll answer, but I want to hear it from you. How close are we away from meeting the number that you're going to fund by state? I'm not talking about Title I.
Well, I can tell you how much we got in the budget, but as far as the vacancies, HR would have to give you that information.
So you all don't communicate regularly on that?
We do in normal situations, but with Ms. Thompson being out, we're trying to play catch up to get everybody started back today, so we haven't got to that point yet.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
1,007.81 state positions. And I'm not sure, like I said, we can get together on the vacancy.
Derek, I will make sure that I'm interpreting this information correctly. That I see the headings up there at the top. I guess my question is, year-to-date expenditures for each line item, and then the remaining balance, of course, in parentheses. Does that mean that that has been zeroed out, so to speak?
No, sir, that just means there's no beginning budgets, so those budgets haven't been keyed in. We normally get a grace period at the beginning of the year before we key in each line item budget. So that's why you see that as a negative, because if you look at the first column, current budget is all zeros. That's what I was discussing about. We'll have to get together with the finance committee meeting. I'm not sure if you came to, I shared the 1920 budget in detail when we had our meeting back in February or March. It's about a 70-page document that details line by line how all our funds are spent. Once that gets approved, our department will key in that budget and you'll see those numbers here. We haven't gotten all our allocations either yet, so DPI will send us system revisions. We get those every 2 weeks, and we haven't gotten all of our allocations yet. Like we haven't gotten 063, which is the developmental day. We haven't gotten 029, which is Willie M. So we try to wait till we get all of those allocations to capture as much data at one time.
So is that why drivers training, for example, looks disproportionate in terms of the encumbrance is outstanding because it's just, okay.
Okay, Mr. Terry?
It just started a couple weeks ago, actually.
Yeah.
And where you could not have driver's ed, and then the CDC recommendations were put in place, so their drivers are now slowly driving.
Mr. Terry had a question.
It was mentioned at one of the previous meetings that, that individual schools and principals were having to go out and purchase, I guess before we got the coronavirus funding, they were purchasing, things to prepare, like maybe hand sanitizer or that sort of thing, and they were using different funding sources. Is there any way that we can, reimburse those schools for that out of our COVID funding?
It depends, because that's federal funding. If any singular purchase exceeded $10,000, we would have had to do those federal procurement. And I'm sure the schools didn't do that with quotes and all of that. We could check on a case by case, but it is possible. And we can get together with the principals to see who had any. I have not heard from any principals who expressed that they had already spent money.
So
yes, we can reach out to them.
It sounds like some of our schools, we've got a lot of, in my mind, I didn't see us having all these people in the schools, that we're seeing now. Where are we on signage and hand sanitizer and that sort of thing in order for our schools to be safe? Because there's kindergarten registration going on, and teachers are going there and teaching from their classrooms. And are the schools equipped with everything that they need to keep everybody safe?
Well, I think that transverses several different departments here, but we had meetings last week in 3 different intervals with all the principals, and they received their allocation that the governor sent for the supplies for the staff as far as masks, gloves, gowns, and so forth. Mr. Jimmy Mercer shared an email with all the principals that they can go through the school dude's inventory system that maintenance uses to order their chemicals that they would need, and he had those on that sheet already in stock. They just have, that school dudes it's been used for many years, so they're familiar with that process. They were given that information last week.
Mr. Terry, are you referring to kindergarten registration or pre-K? Kindergarten registration is drive-through, but pre-K screening is we did do some local funding if we're pre-K screening sanitizer, so we purchased that out of local funds for that.
Jennifer, could you say that? We couldn't hear none of that back here, so say all that again loud.
Here it is, if it was kindergarten registration, it is drive-through registration. If it's a pre-K screening, then local funding or NCK pre-partnership paid for hand sanitizers and all of that. We prepared for that screening if that did occur.
Okay, Mr. Randy?
Make a motion on the action item to accept the financial report.
Motion on the financial report. Anything else? Yeah, Ms. Tanner? I didn't see your hand.
I was gonna say that, I visited several schools, this week, and I understand we got a logistics process that we receive products and we distribute products, and it's on a first come, first served basis. But I think our supplies in preparation for COVID-19 that's supposed to be administered to the school needs to be a high priority item, because a lot of teachers are in limbo. They don't know what to expect. They hadn't received, and they're concerned about that. And everybody's scrounging, trying to go out. And what we're gonna find is, we're gonna walk in schools, and you're gonna have chemicals that are not meeting regulations because some of them may be in clear bottles. Might be a home remedy, might be anything. So we need to, that should be a top item right now. If we have to put a van out there to go to school to deliver, I would say let's do it.
Okay, Mr. Terry?
If I can piggyback off of that, do we have a consistent district-wide policy on who is going to be going to the schools? Like, for example, if a teacher wants to bring their child, if they're having to go to the school to teach these synchronous lessons, is it okay for them to bring their children? What about, and if it's okay for them, what about somebody that's working in the cafeteria, or in a different area? Or is all of this kind of up to the schools?
Folks, let me make a comment, then Dr. Wooten might make a comment. There was some training that was done with principals, it's been 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it's kind of answered to them some of the questions that's being asked now, as far as general information on what was to be done and how stuff's coming in. Now, I do know, like right now this week, we got people going to schools with kindergarten registration, and last week with those registrations and things. There's people going to school now that might be a little bit more than what it will be later. But now there are regulations in place just about wearing these masks. If they're on campus, people are supposed to have the mask. They're supposed to be having the temperature checks. Those things are supposed to be being done at the school. Their supplies are being ordered, have been ordered. Now, as far as the distribution, that's a lot of that's going to be once it gets out to the school's going to be distributing it out there on the campus themselves. The question about with the teachers, with students, there's information I think was sent out on an email Sunday night, if I'm not mistaken, that gave the guidelines for what that is to look like. And I don't have it in front of me, so I can't go over the top of it, but I think it was sent to principals, if I'm not mistaken, Sunday night. And, or Monday, I'm not sure, but it's just been sent. And I know it's things, like I said earlier, that's being worked on, it's gonna take a little while to get all these questions answered. But, if, again, keep checking with principals, they're checking down here to try to answer them just as quick as they can be answered and to give those guidelines. Not cutting anybody off, those questions are fine and they're legitimate, I'm getting them too. But, that's where, some of those things have been trying to be put in place. Dr. Robert?
Mr. Chairman, also we started last week office hours, so any questions that principals they have regarding all the regulations, all the directives, all the handouts, anything over the last 6 weeks that they still need clarity on, we have opened it up for questions so that we can answer any questions in the superintendent's cabinet. We have been readily available, so we want to make sure if there are any questions that we get those answers to them right away. So that's all I want.
Anything?
Now, and we're still in the process of going through those requests, the accommodations, any types of, and we have a prioritized list. Those that have documented, medical conditions, qualifying medical conditions, and then we're going to those with, childcare, elder care concerns. Then we'll go towards those who truly are just concerned about being in the building, or they're at risk themselves, or live with someone who is at risk. So we have a prioritized list. So those requests have come in, and teachers have submitted them several times. Just, if their concerns, once they've gone to listen to the expectations of the principal and those on campus, so they've had chances to submit it again. We have a stack that we're going through. So we're trying to get to those one by one so we can address those, but it will take time for us to go through all of that.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept the,
Motion's already been made.
I was gonna go.
Chairman,
Yeah.
I need a second.
Need a second. Second. All those in favor of the financial report, please let it know by be saying aye.
aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. Ms. Sark, you have any budget amendments or anything? Everything, sir? Okay. All right. Randy, would you like to do the honors?
Yes, sir. I move that the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robinson County go into closed session for the purpose of discussing certified and classified personnel, North Carolina General Statute 143-318, 1.11A1 and 6, student transfers, North Carolina General Statutes 115C-402, and North Carolina General Statute 143-318, 1.11A1, and to consult with the attorney retained by the board in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robinson County, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A13.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, let's take about 10 minutes, folks. Come back. Okay, do we have a motion to come back in open session?
Motion to make motion. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we need a motion to approve student transfers that have been approved by the administration.
I would like to ask one question for, if it's okay.
Well,
I'm just asking for, so the public would understand, Dr. Wooten, understand you might have had some changes, or referrals that people wanted to move from one spot to another spot within the organization. Does that take place before this is voted in? Or this, I know that's your decision. I'm asking, are they taken care of before this comes about before the board?
Typically, we try and meet those requests for our current employees, but there have been some concerns, and we're working through those.
Okay.
okay,
Make a motion that we'll accept the certified recommendations, additions, and
These are transfers, transfer.
the what had come up first was dealing with student transfer.
Transfers.
oh, okay, okay.
Okay,
I want to make a motion that we accept the student transfers as we talked about,
as approved by administration.
as approved by administration.
Second that motion.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now, we need a motion to, approve certified and classified personnel
I make a motion that we,
as presented.
make a motion we approve.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, and, Dr. Wood, you have anything else? Okay, we do have, public comments, and they will be placed into the record, and they will also
They've
be
been
sent out.
emailed to
They've been
everybody.
emailed to everybody. Everybody can see those public comments.
And made part of the matter.
They are made part of the minutes also tonight.
Okay.
Any other questions? Have a motion to adjourn?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't think so.